we're gonna continue. Trial part 3, I believe this is the final part. So we were to fetch Dr. Mikotoba, and now, yeah, Maria Gori is here with us. So now we have Mikotoba, and Van Zieks is still with us.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
And Gori just says ... She stares at the guy for some reason. I don't know why. Probably because Mikotoba was the assistant of Dr. Watson, and she probably idolized the man. So he's like, ooh, a fellow doctor.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is?
Oh, this is Dr. Mariah Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sight, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Sight.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Gori ... And now she stands in front of the judge.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama! That makes no sense! She was there too!
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelation about Dr. Sight that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Gori ... She put her mask on. The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you. Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Long Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were visiting a student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Cinder's.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks?
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes! I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Oh, yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zieks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the result of the autopsy were fabricated.
Mikotoba ...
You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
She removes her mask. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. He bows silently. Witness testimony. The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks.
From my own observation, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy result having been fabricated. That resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence that removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No indication? Nothing to subject fabrication?
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony.
Well, that cleared things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you.
What?
You claimed the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No! He freely acknowledged it! I swear he did!
Really? With the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly as is with sand. Exclamation mark. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Rabble, rabble, rabble.
If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Yes, they used a dog to kill the guy, but Clint Van Zieks was killed from a duel, so it doesn't match.
Oh, such horrifying crimes!
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough! Exclamation mark. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition or speculation. Okay, here's what I think. I think that I try to make my judgment without the art that says the art that we saw with Clint's dog. But yeah, if we're saying like the hounds, if we're talking like the color with the blood was evidence of the professor using a dog killing basically corrupted people from nobility, so well, and from aristocracy and people of the crown, people of not nobility, what's the word? Regality. Anyway, So, I think that since we have the inconsistency, Genshin figured out that Clint was the professor. So they were a duel and he died. And this is when the killing stopped. But they disguised it as, oh, the professor was actually Genshin Asogi. So it's easier to pin this on the Japanese man than on British pure nobility, especially from a family that's been well respected and honorable. Maybe maybe Clint had his own way of doing his own justice, and was punishing those corrupted nobility. Like, I have this in mind because I saw Moriarty the Patriot, which is basically the same thing, except that Moriarty started living on the street and then was adopted by nobility, whose son was a little shit, and basically the guy did this out of not pity, but he was expecting, like, out of charity, for giving himself good figure. Oh yeah, basically he adopted a child from the street for brownie points, and when they figured that out, like the kid Moriarty was smart, so basically he we never know his real name, but what he did was taking, like, arson. Basically, he set the whole mansion on fire. It wasn't sure, mind you, but regardless, like, he killed the bratty shitty little kid, took his name, and says, okay, I'm the latest Lord Moriarty, I'm his legitimate son. And basically the guy never went outside. They only saw the man, they never saw the kid. So they assume, okay, that must be him. He seems to be well educated enough, he seemed to be smart enough. He was, but he was self-taught. But he was a genius as well. So that's how Moriarty, after becoming an adult, used his basically his lineage. Like they were another brother. They were Albert, who was the older brother, who was in on it. He was the true lord, and people, the noblesse, the nobility, acknowledged him. They met him before. Like, they know he was the real deal. Like, he was the real Lord Moriarty, and basically he had his brother William in the back doing all the brains, and Albert was the face. So they were basically trying to cleanse the nobility. Like, they're trying to say that since the people who has the most must give the most. Like, there's a French expression called noblesse oblige. Like, the nobility must be the first to act when there's injustice, but also when there's trouble with people from a lower caste than them. And a lot of people of the nobility forgot about that, and I feel that Clint Van Ziek is of the same spirit as Moriarty. He wanted to punish the nobility, who was kind of above the law and bribing the jurors to basically call him not guilty. So yeah, I think this is what the connection, like, he has his own sense of justice. So it's weird, like the professor is actually a Van Zieks, and Van Zieks was not the Reaper. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, you know. and I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke,
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Is this one of those instances that if we cross-examine the wrong statement, we're going to be penalized? I'm going to say just to be sure, because this is something that happens in most Ace Attorney games. But I don't know if it's a thing in Great Ace Attorney. That didn't happen in Ace Investigation with Miles Edgeworth. And I don't remember if they did that in the Dual Destinies. In the 5th Phoenix Wright game. I think they done it. I think they done it with Apollo Justice, but I'm not sure. Yes, Malone. I'm gonna tread carefully just to be sure. The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks.
From my own observation, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy result having been fabricated.
Hold it!
You couldn't say?
No, sadly not.
but then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true. I couldn't. With Dr. Wilson's size as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, instructed me to fetch implement of such likes. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
And at those times, what was the secretary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seems out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. That resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throat were, well, mauled.
Correct! And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigation carried out at the time. But Genshin Asugi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. Oh, they made him confess the other 4 as well. Okay. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Yet the beast was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog.
A true hound of hell. But
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
Oh, but you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Soy, was there in the stand, but... Mask on?
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
Oh, I see. Gory dot dot dot. Mask off.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh,
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
unbelievable. What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
Dot dot dot.
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkling around with a hole, and if it might slip over your finger, perhaps.
A ring?
It was a ring belonging to Genji Asogi.
Wait, they found a ring in his stomach. Did he swallow it?
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quarters of his left hand. The fourth, or, the ring finger.
Okay, so yeah, the ring on his right ring finger. Oh no! No, the left hand, that was his wedding ring? Wait. Do Japanese use rings when they get married? I don't think they did. They married... I know they do now. I know in Japan right now they do marriage the Christian way, but before the implementation of the Meiji Restoration, how did they marry? I think they married in a Shinto manner.
I would understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yards to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger when it had been pulled off.
Van Zieks dot dot dot.
They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
Oh, how convenient, but thanks. What? Oh my god, it was quite intricate. It has some claws that held the ruby gem on the ring. It's quite square shape. There's a lot of weird corners on it, like it's like a ring built from a gem-shaped stone, a piece of metal. Like they took a piece of metal, they shaped it into a gem shape, and they drill a hole inside of it. And then they put a gem on it, and then they welded claws on it to make it stick.
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. Yeah, I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Kotoba dot dot dot.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson has asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see?
Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores required my consent, does it not? Gory dot dot dot. Mask on. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Strong art dot dot dot. Very well, you may submit it. Mr. Asogi's ring has been entered into the court record. Ring belonging to Genshin Asugi found in Lord Clade Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem looks sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Okay, so they say that it belongs to Asogi. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you would give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow!
Oh, now my finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruto, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some very serious damage, surely. Yes. Yes, yes. It has some sharp ends. This ring cannot be swallowed. You would tear open your esophagus on the way in. You would cause some interior bleeding. No, this...
A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Okay. Okay, she says that the ring reminds her of a mochi bun, which is kind of cute through with the red beans in the stuffing in the middle. But usually mochi is pink or beige or yellow-white, or sometimes even green, depending on what you put in it. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay, so what do we have here? Oh, there's some lines inside. The abrasion. Wait. That's the only thing I can say about this ring. It's too dangerous to be swallowed.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto, very carefully indeed.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identify his assailant. Now, he would have choked before. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asugi's arrest? Correct. After further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie! My father was no killer! Barak Van Zeek, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes!
Your hatred of me doesn't change the fact that we're established 10 years ago! Exclamation mark. My brother, Clint, has closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to this leak-toll rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. ... That's everything, is it?
Poor father, he looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been waiting on his mind.
Oh?
I couldn't say where his word. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicion all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true...
We can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Okay, so I think what I need to do is present the ring on Van Zeek's statement that says presumed to have been swallowed by the victim. It could have been swallowed.
Objection!
No? The witness last statement exhibits a fundamental inconsistency. Not one that any British court would recognize, Console. What? Remember, this is a close court. Whatever fate befalls you in there, no one outside will ever know. Alright, that was a nice, interesting. Okay, so what else? Oh shit! I didn't mean to that button. Okay. Okay, observation couldn't see there was any indication that the top series would have been fabricated. That result for move way by restless style, sword transfixing the heart, that I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. How about the ring here? Like, if there were no internal injuries, this ring, if it was found in the stomach, it would have caused internal injuries.
Objection!
Ah, that was it. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson has requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson?
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? The evidence right here.
That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size will require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstones to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
Mikotoba ...
And there you arrive at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you see something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this.
Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? This is Wilson, by the way.
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed that ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membrane at the very least.
Wilson ...
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the result of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but the damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one! The government can pay, right?
I don't think so! And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the store without permission will not go unpunished. Gory ...
We open up the dead to find the truth.
Exclamation mark. I beg your pardon? Mask off.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong!
Strong art, ... Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Van Zeke with his chalice. Yes! The ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang! The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobble street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He has shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Oh! Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that was those thugs were after that night? Right, rabble. Kazuma's banging both his fist.
You pathetic coward! You expected me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it! You stole my father's ring!
Point finger!
You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer! Arrest!
Kazuma! Open your eyes!
Ryunosuke?
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog! Exclamation mark. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Dot dot dot. Well, this is a music spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself! Exclamation mark. It seems you're thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy result. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in this trial? Oh! Exclamation mark. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The action of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deed and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Urgh. Standing up, Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Arrgh! But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing his trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Somebody objected? Not Strongheart? Van Zieks? No. That was Asogi.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma! What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that he was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he has a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Science that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy result were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated?
Exclamation mark.
If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Kazuya must create one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent? Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? The Asogi papers, maybe? This is the only thing I can see. He didn't talk because he said that the only weapon he has left was the Asogi papers. Let me read them again. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request upon my death any and all material possession and wealth belonging to me in London to be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. So that was not granted because the ring was a piece of evidence. It is with deep sadness I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. So yeah, he admitted that he accepted his fate.
Take that!
This is the fans' answer to that question. As I indicated before, my patience as rhetoric is growing thin. Okay, that was not good. Could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why the answer was wrong.
If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial?
If it were me, I would have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So if we're right about the autopsy result, there must have been a strong reason for his silence.
Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency?
Ah!
Oh, that could be it! My lord, the defense would like to... No rhetoric, shown evidence. Okay, for clemency. Scarlet ink stain visible on the little and ring finger of the right hand. Vitals evidence suggests from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to accept for petitioning so doggedly about autopsy. No internal trauma. The autopsy report again? Okay, I'm gonna try this. Okay, I'm gonna try the autopsy, then the sword, then the ring, then the bunny ears. Autopsy.
Take that!
No. Wait, what was the last time I saved? Yikes. Maybe I'm gonna reload with the latest autosave. Lemons. Lemons.
Take that!
No. Yeah, the latest autosave. Okay, that was perfect. So the ring wasn't good. So the sword.
Take that!
Alright, the bunny.
Take that!
No. Too early. gonna review the evidence again. Maybe I'll find something I overlooked. The Red-Headed League. No, I don't think this is it. Photograph of Mr. Vigil. Note of introduction on the behalf of Mikotoba to Governor Kaden. Professor Mikotoba was a wonderful warning. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Okay. Oh yeah, because when he tried to escape, the note of dismissal. Yeah, he engaged some sort of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding this negotiation will be demanded. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna reload. I need all my life. So I'm gonna last auto save. Okay, not the Asogi papers, but the dismissal notice.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he's been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct.
Scroll.
A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside of a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Oh!
Governor Kaden! And the poor chief warder of the prison!
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce! To summon the governor of the prison after all these years!
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rather padded at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He warned poor Barkley and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that...
Both men are, unless I'm sure mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Bravo.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declare as an outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Oh boy, my honor is biting me in the ass right now. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Here we have Barricaded and Vigil and Van Zeeks. Okay, Gorin and Mikotoba are left.
Would the new witnesses state their name and occupation for the court, please?
Oi! Barricaded, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell junky little tidbits.
No, your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh! The professor? We already been through all this afore a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Ah, well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection.
Exclamation mark.
If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness! Governor Caden. Ah, aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Exclamation mark.
My apologies, my lord.
So there's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know about the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Witness testimony. The jailbreak plot. It was the day the Japanese joke was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put that plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't care if there were some negotiation between the convict and prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. And he does a salute. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? ...
I didn't ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. Calm. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, Console, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. You intend to assert your right to our cross-examination? Absolutely, my lord. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, Counsel. The jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese Joe was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, well, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me. I can't even say we said that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? But there's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with little speculations. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict of the Chief Warder Vigil here and put the plan to action beyond the scenes. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right. Isn't it, Governor?
Okay, Some poor beggar to take the rap for it. Vigil,
Alright then. Who else did know about the plan?
Oh, I've not the first idea, laddie. Much part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the automat. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who would be given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person that arranged was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Sides, as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asugi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lane of up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, and the man has terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. Oh, I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Kaden Losh, Vigil, I can't apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what has happened. Kaden They're looking down. Not at each other, but they're down at the floor in the same direction.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaden?
I didn't care if there was negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. But you already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiations, the only explanation. Oi, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing good that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I reckon that much I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Exclamation mark. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may really well be found complicit in murder, Governor. No.
So, that's what's it to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Why? I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after he escaped. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instruction was to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Whoa. Vigil is having a flashback headache moment.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? He's doing the salute. He's saluting now. What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seems to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? Now he put his left hand on his right shoulder and his right hand on his left elbow. And now we see the ring. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out of the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Gaiden still looking at the floor,
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
Vigil. Now he put his left hand on his shin and his right hand on his right ear to hold his head. But you see, turning back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit this to the crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need of all the chicaneries of an escape? Oh.
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asugi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Caden, Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Exclamation mark. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation between the jailbreak, between Asugi and the body at the top, it does not quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden,
I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods, oh yeah, go on then. Strong art, Oh, it seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. No. he has his last weapon, his will. The Japanese weapon has his will. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna present. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna press.
Objection!
Yes! This is where it goes. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on the verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asugi must have a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavens! The fella couldn't have possibly have anything on like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asugi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asugi. Ah! It turns out that Mr. Asugi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught up with it one day. You squealed, didn't you, you weird rat? Didn't I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now! He's shaking him, he's sticking him by the tie, and he shakes his body. Yarr. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cells, Mr. Asugi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then.
What's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, and all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asugi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Ah? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asugi Papers have the potential to make great waves somehow. James! What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in this cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Shaking him. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you wee peely wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it you for, did I know, you lawyer? Yeah, you did. I have the document right here. It's printed in Japanese. It reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asugi." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You say, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asugi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, his will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? You know, skid that. As clearly has been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. Exclamation mark. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a lawyer and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Oh, bravo. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiation took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these obvious facts? What did you say? Reprehensible facts? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. Have him testify again. Order. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict last will and testament.
Yes, my lord.
Yasogi's paper. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Yasogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was holding something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Yasogi papers when the detective came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell, a kimono I think it was called. It is kimono, but that's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. What, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar the once? Ya wee waffinger? But there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravache, of course. Is that what you're going to do, isn't it? Go ahead. I'm doing the move right now. My cravache is folding upwards so you can easily grab it. Go on. Grab me. You know you want it. Grab me. You don't like to be a... The more I'm listening to myself, it's like there's a power couple, like a BDSM power couple. You like to be on top, eh? Take me! Grab me! Spank me! You like to shake me around? Go ahead, I'm already shaking! Are you going to give me a good shake again? Huh? Are you too scared? You yellow liver! Garg! Scottish rat! Little and large, what a double act. He complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Oi, and you cannot deny the handwriting in that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it is my father's brushwork.
Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Sogi papers. As the warden responsible for condemned convicts, I attend to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was a precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, we really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full the crimes.
I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. Mission 1. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. He put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw with him? What can you tell us about that? Vigil, Oh, it was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Bampot Yash, he didn't tell me. A blatant reach of thrust that was. I could see that the man has a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict has been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right. Oh, so when exactly was the will penned? Oh, that was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. But in that case, what was it found in this cell? Well, what do you mean by that? Well, if it was found at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah! I'm curious. Well, there doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Oh! Well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter?
Light? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was directed in his cell is clearly inconsistent with that which was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing is about that will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back when we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face. Aye, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then before I knew it, it was the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I had read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you would aid Genshin Asugi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Asugi's papers when the detective came telling me to impound it. And that directive came from the same source as the one introducing you at the jailbreak? Instructing you at the jailbreak. Oi! From the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't care before and I didn't care now. And all I can tell you is that my orders was to do everything in my powers to find that document. The directive said it has to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document?
Was that the wording? Document? Not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asugi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Okay, the document was in the folds of this fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono I think it's called. And Mr. Asugi's kimono? Aye, the one he's brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effect with him during his incarceration, I understand. Oh, that's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he has a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books,
that kimono, his sword. His sword?
Kajima, the famous sword for the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
Oh, I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forgetting it being the soul of the clan, could the man have had more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, it was allowed a sword, but no riding material. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you say. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
The Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Anshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letter just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Earthworms to me. Earthworms.
Excuse me.
Oh, another traumatic memory. Are you feeling fine, Mr. Vigil? Oh. Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. Oh, the ink was Scarlet. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Oh. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Here's something about the testimony we just had. Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not.
I'm not able to bet out which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. The autopsy said that he had a red ink on his ring and little finger. So he penned it with his finger, I think. Let's see, which document was it again? Where did I see his... Yeah, okay, so Clint has little and ring finger ink, red scarlet ink on his right hand. So that was weird. Why would Clint has ink on his hand?
Objection!
There you go. That was a Clint autopsy report. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did say. What? Have us again! You have no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in there that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habit of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess as they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is now appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
Van Zieks dotted up. I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was opened. Exclamation mark. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seems unusual. And no document pen in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document has disappeared? Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was
the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death?
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil!
Sir!
When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise word was as follows, were they not? Alright then, but that's... what's on that paper?
A last will and testament.
This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A last will and testament? Oh, okay. So the Asogi paper is actually Clint's last will and testament, not his own. He wrote one. He wrote one. It was basic, but the one they're looking for is not actually is real, is actually Clint's. Ugh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changed the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
Van Zieks ... You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks!
No! What?
Objection!
This is madness!
No, it's Sparta. Sparta! Kick your leg again, like you always do. Sparta!
That would mean that he has chosen to die!
That is what it would mean, yes.
No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question!
Lord Van Zieks?
Clint was pursuing the professor! It consumed him day and night!
Whatever happened, he would never abandon the investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught! The idea they would willingly accept his own death is obscene!
Objection!
And yet, we can't be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made up public under any circumstances whatsoever.
because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that to be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy.
No, it couldn't be.
Are they talking about what I think they're talking about? Am I right? Am I right? I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion is a phantom will. Nobody can attest to having... Whoa. Calm down. Reread. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will, nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue! Exclamation mark. Van Zieks is vivid. Reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Exclamation mark.
however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Sato,
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a report, an accusation, or a confession. It's a confession.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough! Counsel, what are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession? About the true identity of the Professor? That would mean...
No. ...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. Exclamation mark. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No! You can't be suggesting...
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Ah! Van Zieks is destroyed. Oh, it's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. There you go. There you go. Ah.
The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice at the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocity in the vilest nature. If the general public had found out, law and order in this country would collapse. It would be finished.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder though, did he ever suspect?
What's the matter, Huddle?
Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in the car. Okay, shut up, everyone. Shut the fuck up. Lord Van Zieks. No, you shut up too. Van Zieks. Okay, you can speak. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes. Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him the Giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest for the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly. Okay, the B on the collar's for Balmung. Okay. Some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happened that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
Oh, there was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
Yeah, there was a B and blood.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The color you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from a human prey.
So it is true then!
Clint Van Zieks really was a professor.
Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Van Zieks ... Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? ... 10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That thought in anonymity remains. Oh, that though his anonymity reigns, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. ... Very well then. You may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Strong heart. ... Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Van Zieks, ... Clint. Now we see the streets of London at night. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years of Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Now it's just a picture of Baker Street. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese!
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits this atrocious crime behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence? ...
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hounds on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate had a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard into this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. Exclamation mark. So I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. You can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end on the professor's killing by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Van Zieks, ... As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father!
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? You can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff had made statement that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I have no doubt that it was that Japanese fellow. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against that man. And worse than that, he doesn't even keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. Exclamation mark. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's rings was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help?
Then the detectives hand the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who framed his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charge brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. Strong heart,
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You! Kazuma Asogi!
Me?
Flashback. So, Strongheart visited Genshin in his cell. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I heard you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, I didn't escape my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's laws and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? ...
Kazuma. He did it for me?
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect his country's law and order, at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this, treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart? ... Smirks. Stands up. A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zeeks? Exclamation mark. That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen!
I knew that you would play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson... My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were all exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan.
Oh, that's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Ryunosuke ... Kazuma ... Van Zeeks ... My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say this in my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it?
An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still...
All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway.
It was all the day to keep London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like you to entreat all those present, beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this?
Can the trial already end now? Kazuma ...
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Van Zeeks ... Yes, the same thought occurred to me. Van Zeeks ... It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. Exclamation mark. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry from their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do! Exclamation mark. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminated evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-page last will and testament pen in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. I don't see it. What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Dot dot dot.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks as his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? Van Zieks, dot dot dot. One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Who said that contradiction? Van Zieks or Strongheart? Let me check their history. I'm gonna reread what they said. I'm gonna go as far as I can. Okay. Van Zieks, member of the Sorcery, bleeding country dry. Since they were nobles, they were uncomfortable for my brother's source of turmoil. Coincidentally, at the time the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to himself. Only once. Clint was a culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. I still believe that now. Yeah, this is what I did. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized. Okay, so they say that Clint committed all 4 murders save for one, and that would be for his friend and mentor, the former Lord Chief of Justice, whose name is not relevant. It was he who was recognized my brother's potential to as a prosecutor. This consensus I think my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Neither Clint or Zig will talk on this earth. However much we matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. So probably the contradiction, there are 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. There's probably a third one. The third one will be the sword. As I always say, there's something in the sword. I'm pretty sure something is inside the sword. Something that it was meant to give to Asogi, but he didn't manage to open the sword open to see what's inside. Because there's always a secret compartment inside of a katana blade. It was never meant to be open. I want to check the court record again. I want to interact more with the sword. No. Okay, so I believe that the contradiction is in Lord Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think it about over his word. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zyx or Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. Much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn the Genshin Asugi. The 3-page last will testament pen. No! He said black ink! It's red! 3-page last will and testament pen in red ink left behind by the hand. Oh my god, he's full of shit. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Console? Among the statement you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? But whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statement you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction with which piece of evidence, I ask you? That would be the Clint's autopsy report. Okay. Autopsy report first, then it's the sword. Okay. This.
Take that!
Dear me. Oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed. But there is no contradiction with either the defendant or myself, naturally. No, the contradiction here lies squarely with you, Counsel! Oh, it wasn't good. I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake of my life. Don't say that! And don't you dare to shoot your face against my door once this trial is over. I renounce you of my friendship to you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, it's going to be very lonely around the Naruhodo diner table in the future.
Not as long as I'm alive, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sure we need only think again to fix the situation.
Oh my, Mr. Zato, yes, of course.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zyx and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further conclusion. Blah, 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 blah. This is already repeating. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna show Strongheart again, and then the sword. He's probably talking about his regular will. Okay, he's talking about his regular will. That wasn't the autopsy report. Okay, okay, okay. I get it. I get it. Alright, let's try the sword. No. Okay. So probably it's on Lord Van Zyx. Let me read Lord Van Zyx again. Okay, let's try Lord Van Zyx, just for fun. It was Lord Van Zyx, I'm sure of it. Some things about what he said was just a little jarring. Come on, Ryunosuke, get over it again, find it. Okay, so what did he say? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Oh shit! Wait. Let me get the picture. I haven't used this piece of evidence for anything. The Lord Chief Justice at the time was still Mel Strongheart. Was it? No. Wait, no. He was a prosecutor. No, he was the head of prosecution. He was not the Lord Chief Justice. Okay. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Okay, let's try this. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I failed to see the defense intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? Gressik's photograph?
Take that!
Shot in the dark? Dear me, no, that didn't work. Okay, so let me check everything again. If it was Van Zieks, what would be the contradiction? No. I don't see at all. The ring that was planted, the telegram, Asogi, Shin, Gregson, Wilson. Gregson and Wilson are pawned to the Reaper. Shin was also sent by the Reaper to kill Wilson, who knew too much. And he had Jigoku send Asogi to kill Gregson, just to tie up the ends. This purpose. This purpose. I'm sure there's still something about the sword. I haven't used it yet, but what? Okay. Passport, no, at the 05. Wait. No, this is the passport number. Gregson, yeah, the passport in, no. Inspector's ID, Gregson's pocket watch. Photograph the victim. Wait, did he say something different? No. Okay, I'm gonna try Lord Van Zix again, maybe try the bunny ear, and then I'm gonna reload and go with story mode because I have no idea what they're getting at. It eludes me. Jarring. Okay, let's read this again. Clint wasn't the culprit for the third victim. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. I'm pretty sure that was Strongheart, but because that wouldn't make sense that it was the Chief Justice back then. No matter what the circumstances, it's unspeakable my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. No. Okay, so I'm still stuck on the Strongheart side. Maybe I'll have to take a bullet here. Okay, story mode. No, wait. The Asogi Papers? Wait. This here's the will left by Mr. Asogi. Oh! Oh, no, I see now. Okay. I get it. He said 3-page will instead of 2. There's only 2. So we only have 2, so he said he has 3 pages, so he must have taken the third. This here is the will left by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. This is why it didn't cross my mind. Maybe because, like it says, the 3-page will with black ink, I assume it was Clint's will. He would probably had 3 pages. This is why I didn't catch that. Okay, so he meant his own. I have to think again. There was the final cog didn't spin in my mind. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? No, it wasn't. For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaidan. Hey, what can I do for you, sir? Well, you were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Oi, I was there for sure. I remember the black vermin-like who scrolls to his day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we acquired only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection.
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final word to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me now. My father's message!
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asugi's last word to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Request denied. The inevitability maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. You cannot read Japanese, you dum-dum. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Verm language. This beautiful handwriting, shame on you, Barry. Who said that? Oh, Mikotoba!
Oh! If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the word into English for the court.
Father!
... You're still here, aren't you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I had translated Genshin's message. ...
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
I knew it! Twist the head of Karuma. Yes, something hidden in it. I knew it!
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Wait. That's a haiku? Mighty Karuma. Okay, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Okay, that's a haiku. Okay, that worked.
Father!
What is karma?
The name of the Asugi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down from generation. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The ones worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. The details of Asugi papers has been obtained in the court record. Now we see the third page. All these procrastination are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. Let me confirm. Oops, where is it? There you go. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, and darkness only our grand's great sword can pierce. And then we have the haiku. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, or thy mortal foes. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible for the will of the courtroom. However, despite of all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Klein Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother! Too much time has passed, we cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. It's in the sword! Let us open the head! Ugh.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
It's the symposium, bruh.
We heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dressed it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruto!
I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I present evidence? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. Exclamation mark. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense!
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. Alright, this is the sword.
How can you? How?
Decisive?
Oh, well, it would appear that there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable. What exactly this evidence that the defense claimed to be so decisive? Okay, I'm gonna save just to be sure. Complete. Alright, the sword. Stick this time!
Take that!
What did I say, console? If you're capable, were my words! Come on! Am I supposed to present the Asogi papers? And this evidence can only demonstrate you're not! You're capable of only destroying your own argument! Come on, that's not fair. Come on, Ryunosuke. We know that Asogi-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago, using the last will and testament of Lord Cleed Van Zieks as bargaining power.
And yet after his death, that document couldn't be found in the cell of the prison.
So, does the fact that it was never found mean could it still be hidden somewhere and discovered after? This is why I said this freaking sword! Do you really want me to present the paper? Oh, those have evidence presented now, Alright. It seems you're intent on more self-destruction. Let it be so then. Present whatever, Okay. Yup. So, Asogi Papers, 3rd page.
Take that!
Whoa! Okay, now I'm mad. Now I'm mad. Okay, what else could it be then? Fucking bunny, I'm tired! Fucking bunny! No. So we have the ring and the paper. I haven't used this yet, but I don't know why. No, even the log does not go that far. Where could, okay, so where was, okay, so where could Genshin have hidden the wheel if it's not inside of a sword, if it's not inside of his ring, if it's not, because they say in the end, mighty karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Okay, maybe... Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Okay, so I have to select the head. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it? It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh! I once studied the history.
I once studied the history of development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira? So Mr. Sogi's word really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think Knew it!
Ah!
Look what's inside it!
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Oh, we have the Van Ziek's crest on the parchment. We have red ink, and it's signed Clint Van Ziek in the bottom. The rest is all gibberish. Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end!
Clint Van Ziek's, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night!
For 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karuba and nobody knew! The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Ziek.
I fucking knew. Okay, now I'm mad. I have to mess with I have to mess with the evidence. Wait! Oh my goodness! Look at this! This is unbelievable! Clint Van Ziek's will has been entered into the court record. Okay. Okay, so now I need to present this. Okay, so I cannot read. I can present. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Ziek has been hidden inside the Great Sword Camera for years, a trump card left behind by Genshin Asugi.
Take that!
Okay. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. I cannot believe that presenting the sword didn't work. I have to mess with it.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Ziek.
Ah. A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... Oh, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Okay, now Strongheart is very mad. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? You should present the sword. It was rolled up inside of this.
Inside Karuma?
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asugi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signatures and seals certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the content of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Exclamation mark. Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Spurs on the stand. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon?
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial, a closed trial by the order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Ziek really did pen a will that day.
It's exactly as the young Japanese man said.
Read it out! Read it out! Now, we have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty.
Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you know.
You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. Read it out loud. The prosecution gives it full support.
Very well then. No, for God's sakes. No! Where are my pigeons? Come to me. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Azugi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the jewel that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Ziek Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who had habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interest, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject of this extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I killed. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. That felt good. So, he killed in an impulse somebody at the House of Lords. Male Strongheart knew about it, and he blackmailed him to kill other target. And when it was reached the third one, the Lord Chief Justice at the time, so he could gain this title. That guy is disgusting. I would have forgive Mel Strongheart if he was all like, oh, I'm doing this for the good of the country, but he orchestrated those killings for his own gain. He's the one who profited the most out of it. So, yeah, fuck him. Outrage! Outrage! So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! So it was both the Professor and the Reaper.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago you claimed that was the court as just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principle. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart?
to eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down.
Well, Strongheart, da. It had to be done. Exclamation mark. London's unsavory shadows are deep and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the root, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too?
Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him!
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of witness stands, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool!
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh, Drebber was there. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. Drebber. A man who witnessed that nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robber frequently London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal would rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't leave now this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan!
Everything has changed now. If the truth goes out because of this, both of us would be finished forever! Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his leg would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Everybody's silent. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger on him. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can't imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recess of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst being behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had skill as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders and countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing! It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name.
Exclamation mark. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hand through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Sugi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you! You little... When will you get it through your thick skull?
That this was all for the Queen and country? I'm tired of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. He's gonna break. Gag! Rubble, 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 rubble. Outrage, outrage, revolt. Clap. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? I don't know how we get him out of there. He's ruling. Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud! Keep your mockery! Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recess of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, air quote, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? Exclamation mark. It's true! Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capitals, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelation were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Huh? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles with a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiation with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by the Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief of Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without a doubt.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely! As it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we have accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws, a forensics team, and if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. Doubt, 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 rabble, rabble, doubt. We have successfully identified, apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? Okay, now I understand why the rabbit is for.
He has a point.
The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable.
But on the other hand,
isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital?
You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate.
And by fair means or foul, that was all thanks to Lord Strongheart. That charisma on this guy. The back was on the wall and now he gained the justice systems all over again. Are you hearing this?
this is the will of the British judiciary.
Look. Van Zeeks is taking a drink from his chalice. You would need a drink. Okay, this shit is too strong for me. I need to drink myself up until I'm sober no more. Now I understand why the bunny ears is for. It's apparently the bunny charms has been tapped. Like Iris can hear everything that was happening inside of the court. So apparently there is a way for this to come out of court. So this is, I believe this is how we get him out of there, as you said, Tyler. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. Into the fire! Here we go. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet he still managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke!
Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Raise an objection, use evidence, wait and see. We're gonna use evidence. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time of using that particular item we have among the evidence, it is now. So yeah, Iris says if we come to a dead end, use this. Tug the ear once. This. Deus Ex Machina!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongar's wrongdoing now. Oh, I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Zato da da da. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Zato da da da.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave!
Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? One gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over there.
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo is...
He entered the courtroom. How? Wait! Bullshit! Okay, no. No. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is not steampunk. This is cyberpunk. This is an holographic projection. That couldn't even happen even with the modern means and resources of Victorian England. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. It's Mr. Sholmes. You hear the buzz, right? Yeah, it's a fucking hologram. He's walking. He's taking the stands.
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
He's a see-through ghost, like a like a Jedi ghost.
I'm a ghost. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
Bullshit! What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons immediately! I can't! My hand passed through! This is a close court! You've been warned once already, man! Yeah, the policeman cannot grab him.
What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord! Oi! What's going on out here? We just go right through him!
Macarena, I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. And I'm gone, and I'm here. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deduction.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes, I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. But this could only be the work of police blue box telephone. Okay, it's confirmed. Hulock confirmed. This is Time Lord technology right there. This is Time Lord technology. You wanted a Doctor Who Sherlock Holmes crossover? There you have it, folks. There you have it.
The sound of the speaker voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not image keep them company? I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say that you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself through your shock arrival.
Oh, Father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you. And dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking,
Where exactly are you?
there you go, the very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. I'm with the Queen, bitches!
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? I never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? God, sometimes I feel shame of your ignorance.
Mr. Sholmes? Yeah, that's how he gets removed. Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
Whoa! What? What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order the court! I demand immediate silence! I cannot control everything! Everybody shut the fuck up! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
Meddling. This is some kind of nightmare.
Oh, just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling to you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true.
So yeah, the bunny was wired. The bunny, the Lucky Charm filmed everything and heard everything.
You don't mean...
Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
Oh yeah, everything is done in the name of the Queen.
You...
I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Hello! Sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I have so much to talk about.
Fucking Vicky. It's the Queen Victoria itself. I'm not doing a Victoria impersonation, I'm telling you right now. I cannot do Queen Victoria... not even we are not amused!
Iris, there you are! In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
Oh, that's a monarch scroll. There's a little crown at the end of the parchment. A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, you will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable action these last 10 years is a thing of the past now.
After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Is he gonna freak out? Adjourn! 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 Court is adjourned! Yeah, he broke the unicorn's head on his cane. Oh, and he fell! And more fire fell on the scale, and that broke the scale. The scale has never tipped that low in the guilty side. Now the scale is broken, and yeah, it's gonna fall on Strongheart. And there's fire. Ah! Yeah, the scales of justice has fallen, and now Strongheart has been set on fire. Boom. The desk has been burned. Nobody complained about this being a fire hazard. Yeah, he's burned down. Yeah, he's scorched. Lord Clint Van Ziek left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Azugi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Esugi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? I'm gonna save. Yeah, because there's one piece of evidence that I haven't used ever in the during the course of this trial, and they're probably talking about the photo he had with Gregson. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baroque, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sin to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Van Zieks, da. Clint. Everybody take a moment of silence for Clint. Mill Strongheart You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the ocean. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? Dot dot dot. To ascend to the very peak. Huh? These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the change needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remain. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Strong art, da da da. Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Oh. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? Now the Old Bailey of the judge is standing where Strong Art were. So he's gonna pronounce Baroque Van Ziek's not guilty. Because Strong Arts has been revoked of all power and he cannot do that. My lord!
As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that had blinded justice in our land these past 10 years had at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo. Vows. Allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord, that's Ryunosuke's move. Oh yeah, Susato is move and Ryunosuke is considering. Like, am I gonna accept his apology? How about no, you fucktard? No. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortune has entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend Kazuma Zogi, who led me to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. Van Zieks, The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively, even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Everybody agrees silently. Everybody acquiesce.
Well, I must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system has been silenced.
Thank you very much. And Asogi salutes.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere, Turler.
And now the hologram disappears.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque von Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque von Zieks, not guilty!
Yay, confetti and more fireworks. The scale has been broken, but the fireworks are still there. Okay, so there's no fire damage. Like basically, it's only part of the carpet and mostly Strongheart.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
4th of November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruto! I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance.
Honestly,
I couldn't be happier for you.
oh, thank you very much. Well, I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Zato.
Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruto. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Renoskate. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure what a lawyer would ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
He's not even smiling. Not one bit. ... Renoskate ... Mr. Zato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Van Zieks da. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eyes for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. No, he's not smiling either. Well, he could smile. Come on, smile. I saw you smile. Even if it's just a smirk. Ryusuke da. Mrs. Otto. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my! And he really was here!
Lord Van Zieks?
He bows.
Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. Da.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I you should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. Kazuma da.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear.
Oh, Kazuma-sama!
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord claimed Van Zieks were before his duel with my father.
Exclamation mark. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that his documents survive. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Signed, Clint Van Zieks.
What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps Mikotoba is here.
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Seichiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
Da.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and tell him no one. You should find a lady in the gentry hiding here. The lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her, please. You're our only hope.
Oh, fudge!
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
Wait. Wait. They're talking about Iris. Right? Iris is the daughter of Clint?
My goodness! I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... Oh. You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No! Not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. You alone. Only you, Eugene. Right, I say. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train for Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds.
Oh, fuck. Iris is a Van Zieks. He's a Van Zieks Baskerville. Yeah, we see a woman. She's on the floor on her knees.
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
She gave it to Watson. No, she gave it to Sholmes.
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arm and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eyes.
Yes! The travel trunk has the Baskerville crest on it. My fucking god. Iris is a Baskerville.
It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? So that means that Baroque is Iris's uncle.
Uncle!
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense! Why on earth couldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter! Oh, I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous masked murderer.
So, the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful!
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask why. I had to ask my great friend, Herlock Sholmes. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
Well, that being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes, he took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
Really, all of it can be said that I did it for the child was to give her a name.
Oh,
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave to the little girl.
your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words,
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh!
That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Iris? Dot dot dot.
I no idea.
Ouch!
Mr. Naruto, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind of through my trouser pocket hard. The lucky charm.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you?
Ouch!
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we were able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your chick-mick move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Brother! Susie!
Oh, Iris!
I'm so pleased, what a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. Yes, you can. It's your niece. Do that for your niece. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again.
No, really? Pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye now then.
Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ouch! Oh, one final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly. Mr. Naruto, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. He bows. They leave. Wait, Lord Van Zieks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool! Oh, this is, Asogi.
Don't be a fool. Are those the action of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon?
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourself. Now that you've finally been free from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely?
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a long time to come to London. Now I'm probably here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Really scared of that Rodo.
Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruto. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must have Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must! It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Yeah, is he gonna stay in England or is he gonna go back to Japan? 4th of November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes' suite. I'm home! Oh, Gina's here with a party gun. Ah! What time you got here? We've been waiting ages, Odo! What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? Now she has a badge. Is she a full detective now? It's a party, isn't it? It's gonna go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Who said that? Oh, it's Sholmes with Mikotoba. I assure you, it will defy your expectation. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Oh, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? Mikotoba,
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes?
Ah, well, you were? Oh, then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the ballet.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. More pheasants!
I must say I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Rudo, there you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to filthy boots!
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yup, I'm losing me copper's cobbler and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Copper's clobber.
You're really reading the police force? But why, Genie?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he?
Well, people can change, you know?
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered you to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Gina, Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
Gina ... It's gonna be me! There ain't no one else!
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Genie, yes he was.
Gina ... Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided, I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Genie.
Eh? Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apologies to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters that his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Mm-hmm. With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Oh, finally, she's calling him Daddy. She's calling him Daddy.
Thank you, Daddy.
Shows ... I think Mikotoba.
Yes, Sholmes.
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh.
For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together, and during that time I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never experience it, were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for lengthy violin recitals, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley?
After the dinner. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelation, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Are they gonna take a picture? 4th of November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my... Oh, sorry. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I have certainly had some unforgettable experience whilst I live here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell.
Naruhodo?
Oh, Naruhodo! Oh, Professor!
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of.
Ah, I see.
I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
Oh, wait. Other way around. Other way around.
I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes, I had to take some rather drastic step at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
Oh, okay. That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped.
Because of the Baskerville. Anything that's related to the Baskerville, they gotta say no, Iris. Don't go any further. Because it's all about you.
You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville?
If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris has written based on my notes from the time.
Oh, yeah. Wait. The Hound of the Baskerville is actually the case of the professor. Oh, now it makes sense now. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean?
Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It was the only case Sholmes and I pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris has pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh.
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
Oh, I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, so as originally intended, locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. with Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside of me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangement for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine you will depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Oh, never mind. I'm sure there'll be another opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Susato's here. She's back. Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning. Susato ...
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decide, Naruto-san.
You did? Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Susato-san.
Ah, yes.
Or I suppose this means it. It has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
Ryunosuke ... I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. She read through that. She's gonna say yes, she will. She's looking at the...
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes. You're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. November 7th. 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious stay.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will!
Of course, I promise. Then we have Sholmes talking to Mikotoba.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. Oh, we must board.
Susato-san.
Yay, cutscene.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Oh, he's here.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
No.
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
I knew it. He's gonna be the ancestor of Miles Edgeworth.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
He's thinking of karma.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Oh. He says he doesn't even deserve this.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector.
Okay, when he broke the blade.
But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Yeah. It was not like justice, like
I've
karma.
always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
Are you coming too?
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Okay, that's the second order. They gotta be on now.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Hmm? My Western Saber? Are they gonna fight? Are they gonna say farewell with the blades? Yeah, the dawn, the sun is rising. Yes. They both unsheathe their sword and they're crossing blades.
One day, when our paths cross...
Oh, they're making a promise.
We'll fight a duel of words across
It's a
the
musketeer
courtroom.
promise.
A day I eagerly await, as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Yeah, now it's blessed with the light of the dawning sun.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Yes.
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Okay, now they're on the boat and the boat is leaving.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the
Iris
world
is waving
many
goodbye
months
with
ago.
both her hands.
But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection.
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh yeah, that.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Yeah, objection. This is
Objection!
written in English.
Until we meet again.
In perfect cursive. Alright, the Great Ace Attorney. This is the end after 4 hours and 33 minutes. This final part took 4 hours and 20 minutes. Can you believe it? Director, scenario planning, Shu Takumi. Alright. We're gonna see some vignettes from... Yes. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods and what of the promised close court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence for London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes, the Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Art direction, character design, Kazuya Nuri. Yes. Iris.
I gave a little note early the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but I made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Music, Yasumasa Kitagawa. Yes. Is it gonna be from the previous characters from previous case? Okay, now we have the picture of Clint. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride, but the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you two are no more. In the words of a famous foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Lead planner, team manager, Shinsuke Kodama. Now we see Gina and Toby. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's clear there's a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Planning assistant writer Hironao Fukuda. Planning lead producer Kazuhiro Nakata. Presentation sub-direction Takashi Ito. Now we have Gregson.
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's a ta-ta to London town for the Sear Bowl. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of deductions a la Gregson, as they say.
Scripting, Takayuki Deguchi, Janet Su. Planning, management assistants. In-game illustration, okay, there's many names, I cannot read them all, not enough time. Oh, ouchie!
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry to the office of Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Objection!
Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway.
Who is this Catfish Counsel in Defense and women forbidden to enter the courtroom?
Oh, really? My friend Sasato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Osanaga? Oh, perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. So Sakanaga is in Deep Fish and he's using Soseki as an attorney. Character modeling. Toshio Soseki, blah blah blah. Okay. And now we have Dr. Sight and Gori.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people are the expert at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
Oh, meow meow meow, I'd like to hold my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
Oh, Mama, you're no fun. And I'm glad.
Okay, now we're gonna see who. Oh, Hairbrain! Here I am again in Great Britain, and the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Bara, come to my rescue again, please! I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Oh. He reserved the Waterloo Hotel and realized he cannot pay the bill. Oh, to spell. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stands of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we two spells would not do. UI design, lead designer Yoko Nakadai, Mizuki Korimoto. Episode title card illustration Miko Yoshida, visual effects Shieko Isuzaki. Akizuki. Oh, Vigils is in jail.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jauntily little tidbits of passerby, you know.
Oh, and Derosi.
Hey, everyone calls me a Pepino and I sell the spaghetti. I'm a rhododendron.
And
hey, everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily, how charming! You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Oh,
They're gonna be. So he's sharing a cell with the Red-Headed League. That's interesting. Okay, now we're gonna see. Yeah, now we're gonna see Kazuma.
When I was accepted on the foreign story tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and whoever I met ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defended me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I'll leave Karuma in your care.
Programmer Sasho Kimoto, Yoshinobu Kobayashi, Naoto Fujioka. Project Management Yuki Furukawa, Assistant Producer Takayuki Yama. We're back on the ship.
Oh, I've made some tea now, Rodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once you arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you off the roll. Your talents has been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
Producer Motoide Ishiro. Now we see the picture they took with the Daruma with both eyes painted. And we see the picture they took at the boat of Kazuma, Ryunosuke, Susato, Herlock Sholmes. Here, Iris and Wagahai the cat. Oh, they're cute. They're cute. Susato is wiping a tear. Yeah. So this is the official ending for the Resolve game, and now there's gonna be the ending for the remaster. Yes, this is the credits for the remaster. So now we're gonna see Ryunosuke walking towards the left again, with scenes from and now we're gonna see all the characters he crossed. Ryutaro and Remember Me, Ryunosuke, Marodo Markota, Herlock Sholmes, Bradley Clarkson, Susato Mikotoba, Rina Takasaki, Iris Wilson, Claire Morgan, Kazuma Azuki, Bandiri, Baruch Van Zieks, Robert Vernon, narrator Peter New Jersey. The Three Cats, Ouchie, Takeuchi Oshii, Nigel Pinkerton, Airbrain, Tom Allenby, additional voice, Robbie Stevens, I cannot read them all. There's Many Memo, Osonaga, and Natsume with his Three Cats. Now we see the picture of the bonsai, the giant bonsai with a tomb. Now we see Ryunosuke walking next to Susato. She's bowing to him. Is she gonna follow her? Yes. Now we see the Sholmes suite with Iris and Herlock doing the deducing pose, and now they're gonna walk. They follow her. They follow them. And then we see Olive Green and Shamspear. Hip hip ho! And we see the Altamont Company with Meter Man and the boss lady, the Queen, and she's pricking on Adron's neck. And then we have Soseki again with his Western clothes with the other cat. We have the World Fair. We have Drebber. We have Drebber. We have Balthazar Loon with Little Guts, the Prince of Bohemia, without his mask. And now he dropped the balloon on purpose and he's gonna get another one. Now we have two spells, making Herlock Sholmes head from wax. Now we have Dr. Sight and Maria Gori. And Hairbrain drawing something on the chalkboard along with Van Zieks. And as he bows. And then we have Beppo, Gossip, and Venus. Hot Actual Hero. Now then we have Mr. and Mrs. Vigil. There's two persons at the same spot. And then we have Barry Caden, the governor, and the Red-Headed League. Peppino De Rossi and Fabien De Rousseau. Caden is combing his hairs. We haven't seen Gregson yet. He should be there. Oh, Herlock Sholmes left. Now we see Gregson and Gina and Toby. They're saluting. Toby's barking. And then we see Mikotoba tapping. Oh, okay, so Herlock Sholmes have to come back, so they must tap dance together in the dance of deduction. So yeah, we see Mikotoba tap dancing. Oh. Then we have the Judge Jigoku here with his mallet. Ho 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 ho! So I just realized he broke the bench twice. He broke the prosecutor's stance again. Then we have Mel Strongheart clapping. Clap, 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 clap. He looks like Damon Gant. He looks absolutely like Damon Gant. Well, he was accused of the same thing, basically. Then we have Asugi again, in front of the quayside. Then we have... And they do their promise with the cross blades. There you go. One for all for one. Capcom. So my wish, I want them to do the same with the other trilogy of Phoenix Wright, which is with Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice. Because what they did with Greatest Attorney, they have no reason not to do it with those games again. So now they're back to the court of Japan. Ryunosuke and Susato, they're stopping in front of them. She's bowing and he's having his modest scratching in the back of the head, looking dumb. They look at each other and they're looking at the scene. So this is a great ending. The Graces, Eternity 2, Resolve, Fin. There you go. So yeah, I appreciate this game a lot. I must admit that I love the final case more. Oh, the final cue card. Like we have Ryunosuke and Kazuma running from different direction. One black and one white, and they're running away from each other. Like one on the defense attorney side, the other the prosecution side, black and white. The Ace Attorney Chronicle, press any button. Alright, I'm gonna go across all the special contents to see if I missed anything. Just to be sure. I remember that I overlooked something. There's the accolade. Basically those are, yeah, my new trophies. Crash Court Candidate, Completion Episode 2, Adventures, Episode 3, Episode 4, this is what? Completion of Episode 1 of Greatest Attorney 2 Resolve for opening chapter. How come it's not unlocked? It's supposed to be unlocked, I don't get it. The Key of Knowledge, that didn't trigger. The Legendary Pair. Okay, Episode worked 4 but not 1, 2, and 3, what gives? The Rise and Resolve. Ace Aficionado, completion all the extra escapade adventures. For playing the game in all available outfits, yes. Ace of Spades for having dug around to find every argument about shovels and spades. Oh no. Top wrong for having wrung your hands through every debate about ladders and step ladders. No! Inconsistency Seer for having successfully presented evidence during the cross-examination occurred. So Erlockian, having read every new idea on Iris's blackboard. So we have to read Iris's blackboard every time. LT Curiosity for having thoroughly examined the mythical report card inside and out of Episode Adventure. Pillow Perfectionist, examined the bed in Episode 2. We could examine the bed? Oh, the bed in the boat. Hat Hunter, having identified the milliner responsible for the victim's hat in Episode 3. Second-rate strings for having examined the violin before talking with Iris about Wilson topic. Oh, okay, bad. The woman for examining the fireplace in Mr. Show's suite walls with Susato. Yeah, I did that. This is question mark. They're talking about the thieving brothers. Father Frustrator for having named Takeuchi Ouchi and Yuji Mikotoba as the victim in Episode 1 of the Grace Attorney to Resolve. Oh, okay, so for answering wrong, I got those trophies as well. Down in 1 for having examined Miss Green bottle before it falls from the table. The Noodler, erroneously answering Mr. Shom's question about who might have something that belonged to the convict. Yeah, I'm not good at Inspirational Ruse, presenting the armband to Lord Van Zeeks in Episode 3. Best chips in town, talking with Gina after Ryunosuke regained consciousness following the incidents of Toby in Episode 4. This, I don't know. Wait, what's in it? The Karma Blade. And this for awarded all other accolades. So half of them I should already be having those. I don't get what they're not highlighted. This is stupid about the shovels and spade and ladders and step ladder. Okay, the portraits. I was here. I believe the last one with Neil Strongar's I didn't read completely. Descend and breakdown. Yeah, as the story unfolds, the tidy vortex in Strongar's hair start to spiral in control until the little unicorn horn in it moves so out of place that the overall shape of his hair transforms into a raging inferno. Yeah, I remember that. Like, the air changes. Like, first it looks like a unicorn horn, but then it looks like some sort of twisting fire. As a reflection of his anger, is usually cool in asexual demeanor also morphs into one of his terrifying ferocity. Then during and after his breakdown, I want to capture him going out in an enormous blaze with nothing left to burn. It's a rather flashy breakdown, but one well suited to the end of the story, I think. I owe you take a look at the sequence again with my remarks in mind. Yeah, of course. When the scale tipped over, like it was already killing towards the guilty, and then when he fell down, he triggered the mechanism again, and then there were 6 more balls of fire that fall onto the guilty side. So it was very, very guilty. So then the scale was on hinge, and then the whole thing fell into his face. Come to think of it, the backlit strong art with his arms stretched out towards the heaven in the key visual for resolve is meant to make him look like he's been crowned with glory, but it's actually also a reference to his final scenes. Yeah. Okay, so this is the part I haven't read. The moving picture, I took them all out. This is all promotion for Greatest Attorney 1. I don't know why. Auditorium, we heard all the music. The voice recital. There's no more. Yeah, there's no more. The Taylor. Can turn it off now. I don't need it anymore. There you go. There you go. There you go. Then the escapades, I got them all. And then the credits, I'm gonna play them again. Am I gonna play them again? Yes. I want to close. So, I guess we're done with the game. There's some replayability if you want to hunt for all those other trophies and achievements, but I'm not gonna do that. So, yeah, what an amazing adventure. What an amazing adventure indeed. So I guess this is where we're gonna set apart. Thank you so much for watching it through the end with me. The ending was longer than I anticipated. Basically, like, I finished the game at the 4-hour mark, but then it kept playing the conclusion 40 minutes long. It was amazing. It was insane. So I'm gonna take a break of Phoenix Wright for a moment, that's for sure. If I play detective game, it's probably gonna be like Hercule Poirot or other Sherlock Holmes thingies. But for now, I have my fill of detective thingies. There's also gonna be like Vampire the Masquerade, which is gonna be arriving in 4 weeks. Looking forward to it. Next week, I think I'm gonna go back slowly to schedule. I finally resourced myself, and I finally managed to make myself a schedule. Well, I'll be available. I'll be able to manage all my all the sides of my life right now. I needed that break.